Hello, happy Tuesday. I am still in the weird spot that I put my head when I was doing the other stream. I think I belong down here somewhere. Shoot. I moved myself and now I don't remember. I think this is fine. Or do I belong more inboard? So I'm blocking less of where stuff pops up here. Details. Oh, you can't see what my mouse cursor's on. Sorry. Where stuff pops up here. Details of things. I think that's how I had me set up. I think? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to look at my old videos and figure it out. At any rate, welcome back to Pyanodons. Pyanodons. Last time, we got mechanical parts done. Well, we finally got mechanical parts to run a little bit, is really what happened. That means that our Nextlet battery build actually ran and charged batteries. And look at all of those batteries we've got there. What are these guys waiting on? Anthraquinone, of course they are. And then we hand-delivered some other parts up to this area to get this machine to run a few times. So we have down here a whole 30... a whole 30 mechanical parts too. What I want to do today, first things first, now that we've seen this run, we know everything works, is I want to set up a little sub-factory here that's going to leech off of our control panels, our electronics, and our utility boxes, and make prod modules for us. So we're going to get prod modules in place. And then pretty much what we have to do is be working on continuing to work on getting Anthraquinone running more consistently. Because we're going to need that for etching solution, for silicon to finally run again, and we're going to need lots of silicon to get our prod modules running. Once we start to get prod modules and we can start to prod some of these processes, that will, you know, it'll feed back on itself, right? The better we get early stages prodded, the more the later stages will run consistently. So that's what we want to be able to do. And we can see here that this is running. We check our animal slaughter. How is that doing? We're kind of down to the tail end, and only one of the machines is running at this point, so that's sad. Yeah, and there's almost nothing in here. And then getting more of those guys. Are they all running right now? They are all running right now. We were seeing last time that we did have some issues keeping... Yeah. This is supposed to be phytoplankton, and we are having some issues with keeping phytoplankton running consistently. I do have more tin ore production going now, and it does seem like it's doing a little bit better of a job keeping up. But we may still need to do something to keep this running more smoothly and more consistently. And then this only runs when we have jerky, and the reality is that we have less and less jerky around. So, something I can do is, do I actually have a meat void? I remember we looked at... I don't think I do. I don't think I have an intentional meat void. So meat does still just spoil into jerky. I can double check this in YAFC. Let's head to YAFC. And if we check for ingredients, meat. So no, meat goes into Corlex food. No, it doesn't. Jerky goes into Corlex food. And Logisci requires a little bit. So I don't think we're doing much with meat directly then. And the other thing that I can check is Cybersyn. So yeah, we don't have. We only have 2 stations requesting meat. One of them doesn't show up because I added some circuit conditions to the request for meat to this station here. But the other one that does show up is our Nexilite mine, which consumes quite a bit of our meat for these Digosaurs. I wonder if it's worth thinking about making workers' food for the Digosaurs just to keep them just so we have more meat available rather than feeding the Digosaurs meat directly. That might be a worthwhile thing to do. But as I was saying, I want to start today. Let's get things set up so we can make prod modules, and that means I think we just need an automated factory. Get up here, the bots should be able to bring one to me, no problem. And then we'll head down, we'll set up the build so that prod modules can start to happen automatically, just leeching off of the existing Mechanical Parts 2 build. Come on. And we'll go from there, figuring out kind of what we need to do to keep our production going for Zeiss and what we need to do to improve our phytoplankton. I think phytoplankton is going to be our bottleneck real soon. There's our factory. Thank you, bots. Down here is our Mechanical Parts 2 build. So what we want to do is, for each of the components that we need for modules, which is control panels, electronics, and utility box. That's what I thought. Let's start with the utility box. So right now we've got this in a 1-to-2 splitter. We're just going to turn that into a 1-to-3 splitter. And then we have another output. Going to do the same thing up with this one and the one for electronics, and then we can pull those outputs together somewhere and have an assembler that spits things out into a box. This is going to be very manual initially. But that is okay. Our module demand will be low. And as soon as we start, as I was saying earlier, getting modules into the machines that make modules, Oh, whoops. That was wrong. Here, let's go up first. Oh, of course. Automated factory making prod modules. Do I dare put down a warehouse, or should we keep it to a steel chest? Maybe we keep it to a steel chest of prod modules. Oh, these are waiting on Bakelite. That's interesting. Let's double check that. What is Bakelite waiting on? Phenol. Okay, we do have extra phenol demand, higher than we did when I first set up this build. So it may be that we need to expand that a little bit. What's the other build that depends on phenol directly? Epoxy uses phenol. Okay. And I also didn't really account for... Here, let's go back to YAFC. This is going to be a YAFC moment. Mech parts 2. All right, they need about 1 Bakelite a second and have 0.05, 0.06, we'll say, epoxy per second. Printed circuit substrate also uses half, so I need like 1.5 Bakelite a second. Okay. Oh, and I spelled this wrong. Let's fix that. And this build is scaled for 1.25. Okay, so we need to make the Bakelite build bigger, for one thing. And then that probably means that we also are going to need a lot more phenol, because we need it for both our Bakelite build and our epoxy build. 1.33. This is going to be like 7. So we're going to need to make like 8 phenol a second, and right now we're making 4. Okay, so yeah. We need to double our phenol build and double our Bakelite build, I think, is the answer here. So that'll go up to 2.5 a second. Phenol will go up to 8 a second. So let's get the requests in for all the buildings for these 2 builds, and we will get those upgraded. Oh, of course, we need DDCs. Ooh, well, we'll see. The mall is still catching up on having set it to a much larger buffer size for all my buildings, and... No, sorry, multi-purpose cracker. Because of that, and because DDCs are used in lots of things, they are... Oh, didn't I do something slightly off ratio with this because it made the build cleaner? Yes, I'm running 5 biofactories, 5 multipurpose crackers, and 5 DDCs. Okay. So I don't want 4 of these. I want 5 of these. And we need a total of 14 boilers. How many do I have in place up here? 7. All right, 7 more. And 2 more wood processing units. So that's everything for the phenol. And then the Bakelite, we're going to need 1 more high-pressure furnace and 5 more chemical plants. Cool. Let's go double those builds. And then hopefully, let's double check our inputs to those. Make sure we're not doing anything really stupid. This is a lot of sodium hydroxide coming in, like half a belt. But I think it's a manageable amount. We make a lot of sodium hydroxide right now, so I'm not too concerned about that. HCl, zinc, formaldehyde. Okay. We'll have to double check our formaldehyde capacity, but I'm pretty sure we overbuilt that. Could be wrong. So I think that'll be okay too. But that should just keep our capacity for the Bakelite as well as for the epoxy to keep up with the newer demand. Oop, this one. This is almost certainly not our most important bottleneck, but it's easy to fix to just scale up these builds a little bit more. So I'm going for that. Our most important remains the one I was talking about earlier, which is our anthraquinone into whatever this is called, hydrogen peroxide, into etching solution. I think our next delivery of anthraquinone should be more peroxide. We'll see. But just getting... We only need 1 more delivery of peroxide to etching solution. But of course, there's other stations that have demands on hydrogen peroxide, so like that gets round-robined. And it does seem like once we're in steady state, the round-robining in Cybersyn works. I'm still trying to fully understand why I have seen starvation in the past, but from what I saw the last couple of streams, it is round-robining. So, it's unclear there. Alright, so it looks like chemical plants and DDCs are, as I feared, kind of empty right now because they're used as ingredients for other buildings. Yeah. So, like, we can go around and try to guess which other buildings might have the things we need in them. We might not have much luck with that. Oh, actually, there's some DDCs. Alright, there we go. DDCs. Biofactories, chemical plants. We got 1 biofactory. Swear I saw those. Oh, there's a chemical plant. I could probably, like, look in... a couple more biofactories. Check what those items are used in an FNEI. Yeah, I know. That's what I was just saying. Is that would be the right way to do this instead of randomly opening... Gene labs. Okay, just gene labs. Do we have a couple more here? Oh, here we go. There we go. Biofactories. What's left? Chemical plants. I know those are used in a bunch of things. Fluid separators, gas processing unit, coal bed extractor. All right, it's going to be fluid separator. Yeah. And then we have one more boiler on the way. Nope, and we got it. Cool. That's everything. What are DDCs blocked on as far as getting caught up on making them? Oh, steam engines, which is small parts. Yep. That's no surprise. Oh, and they're right here, which is fantastic. So, what did I do here as far as heat? What's the required temperature for this recipe? Does it say? 750 is our required temperature. So, yeah, we should be able to push this coal power plant, like, off to the side and get another set of these without it being too much terrible. So let's take that. We want to double this. And this. All right. I think that's doubled. I think it was that easy. This one's going to be a little bit more of a pain because we're doing... Yeah, we need to get stuff out onto belts. And this is already, like, as wide as it goes here. We're going to have to redo this one entirely, I think. Ten of those, that is correct. And then we're going to have an output belt. How did I end up doing this? No. We have an input belt here. We have a... Oh, did I not copy the output belt correctly? That's annoying. Actually, is this lined up? This is. Look at that. Take our input and just paste it right to the output side. Okay, so we got those. And then we're going to have... Here, let's grab our 2. Oh, I didn't fix... Shoot. I just realized that this needs to be redone as well for log throughput. We'll do that. We're going to have 2 high-pressure furnaces here. 1, 2... These are making Bakelite. So 1.25 of the zinc fluoride. And then we're going to need a whole belt, of... Well, unless I stack it, and maybe I should. But a whole belt of biomass, and then a little more than half a belt of phenol. So may as well also call that a whole belt. So let's see. Let's do the formaldehyde input on that side, actually. That's going to be a little bit easier. So that's our phenol input. Or, sorry, our biomass input. Which is going to be one of these deals. And then we're also going to need, about half that throughput, so we're just going to do like these guys. Oh, and I didn't filter these inserters. Lovely. That is there. So what is left here? We got to bring in the zinc plate for this. That is this belt here. One blue going to be enough for our zinc plate demand here now with the larger throughput. 2.5 a second, and just barely maybe. I think technically just barely. Let's do this. There we go. That'll be the zinc chloride. We need to get hydrogen back out of that build. That comes up this way. And I need to route back in formaldehyde because we want that on this side. I think that is it, except for the output here. 1.25 a second should be fine with one red inserter out. There we go. These guys are not on. I'm probably missing... Yeah, there we go. They all turn on now. They all turned on. We're only doing 2.5 zinc chloride a second, so that'll be fine. Oh, we're just waiting on phenol to be delivered. And this is all currently stopped because we don't have logs. Well, that's fine. I need to refactor this log thing anyway. So we'll, oops. So other than needing logs, which, what is going on with my logs? Are they just still kind of slightly too slow for the base? That is almost certainly the situation. I'm not convinced the build is actually too small. I think we're still having issues with getting CO2 and muddy sludge, like, into this station fast enough. Which is kind of wild. But I could definitely do... I mean, I could do Moondrop CO2 and I could do muddy sludge on site, but we're going to run into issues with those things as byproducts from other builds. I guess I could do them on site with a top-up valve. That would be the... maybe the better option. Oh, Muddy Sludge Pickup should have at least a couple of trains on its schedule here. I can make that big, actually. As many trains as you want to queue up to collect Muddy Sludge. Just go for it. Yep. 3 trains with this stop. It's trying, and I really can't put that train limit any higher. I guess if I moved the fluid station, like, down here and used an extended, sort of rail siding, we could do that. This has been happening more often. Well, Vitroloi is going to be in demand very soon as it can get enough antimony. So I'm happy to leave that. Yeah, I'm just going to leave that train. It'll get cleared out as soon as we get a delivery of antimony to the Vitroloi build. Still no deliveries. How bad is our log backup? Am I going to be really sad when I look at this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stations want deliveries right now. Ouch. That's not great, is it? Oh, I don't want to make more logs. That's not an interesting build. I am wondering if this would catch up if it could run more consistently, right? That's the question, is like, how frequently are we... How frequently are we, running dry on these fluid ingredients and having blips in production, and how much is that really slowing us down? Versus how much is it just a matter of, of us not making enough logs in general. Yeah, 970 at this end, so heat is fine. Not a problem running through this many buildings. One thing I'm curious about, actually, with the phenol build... Yeah, okay, 10 coke a second now. That's not going to keep up with... this. Also, that's super weird. Oh, and 4 logs a second, yeah. So we're going to need to start, I think, stacking this belt, this half belt of coke. We're using the other half for ash. And then we also are going to need more logs to come through. So let's redo some of this. And then for logs, that'll be here. Whitelist these, 2 logs. There we go. That should do the trick. So as soon as this starts pulling through this coke, as soon as we actually have, you know, steam demand in this build, etc. And let's actually make sure that all of our pipes are connected through. That's important too. That our only fluid through here is just the steam? I think so. Yeah. Oh, shoot. I'm an idiot. This is going to push out just as much ash as it pulls in coke, so we can't just stack this and have this work. Let's... Well, in that case... How do I want to do this? Do I want to just do the 3 of these guys? It's easier. Yeah, let's do that, but then let's take off... Oh, nope, that doesn't work. We lose the filter when you do that. Alright, so we're going to take half of these guys. The other half can stay on the same belt. And then this... I don't know, do that kind of thing. I think that'll work. So that gets like 5-ish on each side of the belt. And then the little bit of extra ash from the coal power plant is fine. And then... Oh, that's this log. Where's the other log build? Down here? Slowly but surely. This doesn't produce anywhere near as much logs as the build up above. It's a very small build. But I think this one is... I mean, this is fine. This one is fully self-contained, which is nice. It's just, again, a much slower build. Yeah, see, did we turn off? Maybe we didn't this time. But it's definitely, 12 of these guys times... What are we doing? 8 logs in how many seconds? Why can I not find... 15 seconds. 8 over 15 times 12. Where's my calculator? 6.4. Okay. So this should be less than half a belt. So that's what I was double checking, was that this wasn't bottlenecking us, because I saw this here starting to back up. And I think because it's kind of bursty, because it's a 15-second recipe, there's going to be like moments where these are going to back up a little bit, and then they'll catch up and empty. And as long as they're able to catch up, and they should, because again, 6.4 per second total. That's fine. We should have like 3 or 4 trains on the way here. And we do. It does look like bumping the train limits on a couple of things has helped. This is staying more fueled, and we're getting more consistent log output. So I think now it's just waiting for Cybersyn to decide that we get logs at Phenol, which hopefully won't take too many more deliveries. I'm not really sure. But Phenol itself, looking at YAFC, like, this build will use 4 logs a second, and this whole thing makes 6 logs a second, and I know we have other demand on logs. So it may very well be the case that we do actually need to double this again, which I'm not happy about. We can add more train stations to try to reduce some of the bottlenecks around just like getting trains in and out and unloaded at CO2 and Muddy Sludge. But ultimately, it's just a lot of CO2 and a lot of Muddy Sludge that has to come over here to run these. So what is it? 16 of those and 12 of those? Okay. Let's do it. Let's just double it. And we'll figure out the logistics after. So 16 nurseries and 12 forestries. And I don't think there's any other special buildings. If we double check, let's double check in YAFC here. Log. We'll need a second automated factory making tree seeds. We can do that. And yeah, I think I'm going to want to bring in a whole... You know what? I'll just bring in a second factory making... I'll duplicate the whole thing. That's what I'm going to do. Instead of trying to share some of the infrastructure, I'll just duplicate the whole thing. I think that's easier. So we are going to want 1 wood processing unit and 1 automated factory. I really don't want to do this, but I don't think I have any choice right now with my current technology except to spend more space on logs. It is what it is. Everything is available in the mall, at least, so the bots should get this all to me fairly quickly. Yeah, this one is not doing a lot to help our steam engine shortage. It's really intended just to keep things running. This is the one that really needs to help our steam engine shortage because it's hooked directly up to a small parts build and everything else. But for that to work, we need to be continuing to get copper deliveries here, and we are. As I talked about last week, we only deliver copper to the belt base and therefore the mall when the rail base is fully happy and is getting enough copper. So if we're doing those deliveries, it means that everything else in the base is happy. So that is a good sign to see those coming through. Also looks like we just got some small parts that the bots are going crazy with. A few other things that'll come through. All right, I'm going to do this right next to the existing one. We're going to try to copy and paste in place as much as possible. And ideally... Oh, I'm using a burner assembler here. Oh, interesting. I don't think I accounted for that in this, so maybe I don't need... No, I can do this with the existing setup. Okay, cool. So yeah, exactly one assembler making seeds is fine. Wood processing unit goes through. So we just need to make sure our... This is doing wood as its thing. We just need to make sure that we... Let's see, this is 2.075 wood. I'm making sure that I do the math right on this. 2.075 divided by 5 is 0.415, and this should be 12.8. So this should be 12.385, and yeah, it's figured out the rounding close enough here. But there we go. 800 muddy sludge a second and 560 carbon dioxide a second. Yes. So we'll set up a separate input for that. We'll set up a duplicate input as well for the moss and ash, because I think those are going to be too high volume. We'll basically do all of this all over again. So we'll have another solid drop-off here. And then get rid of all of that part. What comes back around into... Oh, right. That's for when we have recipe swaps, which shouldn't happen very often, but we'll grab the stuff to handle them anyway. So there's our whole output there. And then... Yeah, 4 moss a second. Oh, it is ad break o'clock, I just realized. So we'll finish figuring out the logistics for this when we come back from the ad break. I appreciate folks sticking around, and I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as human beings. Don't watch the ads. Ads are gross. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you hanging around. Let's make sure we copied and pasted all of our circuits correctly. We read from the train to here. And then that should be connected somewhere, shouldn't it? Yeah, there we go. I think all that is right. I think that is right. That's our normal request logic coming through on there. this is our return. This whole thing is set up so it can swap to the recipe that doesn't use ash if there is not enough ash available. And when it swaps recipes, the machines get emptied, so we have a return belt, and that's what this is. So I think this is good to, like, copy and paste, kinda, more or less. I'm not sure exactly where this build is going to go around here, just because this is a little bit... We got other pipes and stuff around. That makes it kind of hard to line everything up. But, so we're not going to be, like, exactly aligned, unfortunately. We're going to do this a little bit higher. I think right there is going to be clear of everything down here. Yes. Oh, and I didn't get trees. Do I have tree modules in Logi? Yes. Oh, cool. I have a thing for it. Excellent. Each of these uses 10, and we have 12 of them. So I need 120. And there's 45 here. Cool. I think we may have had a backup on tree seeds and things decayed. But I think that is also in construction zone, so I think the construction bots can take those out, and that machine will just turn right back on. I'm hoping that is the case, so that by the time I get over there, we have a bunch more tree modules available for us. Oh, we're out of belts. Cool. That'll be our output there. Seeds come off, and they will merge with... Let's see, we're going to want a seed input here. This is just going to split our seeds between the two different halves of the build. This is disabled. All right, this needs to know... Actually, you know what we can do? Instead of doing this one, let's actually connect here. Enable disable when tree seeds less than 100. And then I can do the same thing on this side from this build. Oh, I need a shed. What do I need to make a shed? Wooden chest, steel plate. Okay. I don't know if I have those in Logi. We'll figure that out. But if we take these guys over... We need to be careful about merging our logistics networks here by accident, because this is all one network down here. And I want to make sure... There we go. Enable when tree seeds from this side are less than 100, and that'll push tree seeds over to this part of the build. Other thing we want is we want to filter out anything that's not log. And that'll come over to, that's this belt. This is the return of any ingredients that got pulled out due to a recipe change. That is good. And then we just need to bring in, I think, moss. Yeah, the way this is set up, it wants moss to be coming in on the inside. Here, I can actually do that, and then it doesn't matter what side it's coming in on. But it wants moss to be coming up here and ash to be coming up here. So can we get both of those? That's ash and moss. And then we just need to make sure that moss is on the right side of this belt when we pull it through. And it's going to be on the right side of the belt. Beautiful. There we go. And then ash is a two-sided belt. This should have all of its requests, so we can hook that up. And then the only other thing we need is we're going to want another station for CO2 and muddy sludge, because I don't believe that one station is actually going to be sufficient. That will need to get routed in. We have CO2 and muddy sludge here. Do I want to just merge them? Yeah, let's just merge them, and then we'll basically just have two sets of delivery stations. But that's fine. Of course, I put this here. CO2. And muddy sludge, same thing, just pull it through. It's not the prettiest. But none of this build is pretty, to be honest, so... Cool. We need... Oh, geez, we need pumps. That's gonna stink. We've got moss, and this is... Yes, it's counting down the moss request, so that's good. We have... Stone wool? Oh, there's ash there. Okay. So yeah, this will bring in ash. This will bring in, I think, everything we're going to need. So let's get our tree modules requested. 120 of those. All right, we need belts. We need the trees themselves, which hopefully turned on when I... messed with the thing down here? No. Why? Enable when trees are less than... Oh, what do you have a filter on? And we'll set that less than 150. All right, we need belts, and we're going to need pumps. Pumps are a problem right now. Our whole small parts shortage is going to be a thing. Oh, and this is... Oops. Yeah, all of these got completely backed up because I accidentally screwed up the belts. That was my fault. Let's see what we can do to get some pumps going on up here. Yeah, small parts. Small parts are happening. Not very fast, but they are happening. Let's grab some from this side. This belt is still prioritized because it used to be for making science. And even though it is no longer for science, it is. And these get downgraded. And that should let this thing just, like, spit out, not quickly, but it'll spit out a few pumps for us. Not many, though. I need to grab more small parts. All right. That should be enough, question mark? How many pumps do I need to get the rest of these trees turned on? Yeah, this can't find a train in the allow list, I think because there's no pumps here. So it knows that a train can't actually be unloaded. Good job, Cybersin. Did I math right? There are 10 trees per one of these and 12 of these. So that's 120 trees that we want. We're not going to get all of those right away. Yeah, the bots are just going to bring them over as fast as they get made. So we might have to make another trip over there. We're only going to get it maybe halfway populated. All right, that is enough pumps, though. We got 50 trees. I'm going to call that enough to start, just so we can... I want to make sure that that side is at least, like, beginning to turn on and get itself running and looping. Oh, I don't have the shed. Let's do the shed. What do I need for that? I need some steel, and I need some logs. Okay. Steel. Do I have wood? I do have wood. There we go. Shed. Oh, okay. That's just a side effect of the lack of a final splitter. All right, Moss and Ash are going to start making their way up into this. Yeah, we're still missing a bunch of tree modules. I believe we need 69 more of them. Yep. This thing is going full speed here right now. Oh, that's not going to be a fast enough outserter, is it? Here. What we should see is that, well, in the steady state, this should, I guess, just keep running, right? As long as this is running, it should be using these as fast as, like, half of these can come out. Although, I guess in practice, because this had a little bit of a buffer, it'll catch up on that buffer. Yeah, and it'll stop, and they'll all go the other way. Look at that. Lovely. It actually works. And then that'll pull a few out, and they'll go through. Cool. And then at this end... What is this one supposed to be? Ah, yeah, we should do that. That's missing from this side. Is a splitter here. To bring back any seedlings that get pulled out so that they can be put in here and they'll decay to seeds and then, you know, all the usual seed processing stuff. These ones up here turning on yet? They don't have muddy sludge or... Did I not hook up? Oh, I didn't hook up muddy sludge. That'll do it. And then we got 2 drop-off stations for both muddy sludge and CO2 now. I could probably change this so that one of these is just CO2 and one is just muddy sludge. I'm not sure if that would work better. But that is effort, so... I think for now it's fine. Oh, you know what? Let's do it. Let's actually do it. Let's get rid of muddy sludge on this one, and let's get rid of CO2 on this one. So this is only going to bring in muddy sludge. What I want to do is we'll pump out the CO2 from this one up into the other system. And then same here as we want to pump out the muddy sludge. That's harder to do. What's the best way to do that? There's 20,000 there. There's 20. Okay, I can just... Oh, and I'm out of pumps, of course. We'll drain this one. Okay, good, good, good. Yeah, you're empty. Then we connect these up. And what we want to say is we want, instead of 70,000, we can request up to 140,000 here. Oh dear. Was not expecting there to still be one more muddy sludge delivery. That's fine. And probably our muddy sludge tanks are, yeah, pretty full here. But same thing. These are now one big tank. We'll set our request to 140,000. And then we hook up the muddy sludge on this end. Good. Something is screwed up here. Oh! Do I need read stopped train? Is that the issue? Yes. There it goes. Now they're running full speed. Yeah, takes a while to empty a ash train when everything is on. Hand size of 1. All right. What a mess back here. This is going to take a second to untangle itself. Ah, I never hooked up water up here. How much water do we need in this whole log thing? Still just one partial pump. All right. Now we're gonna go. That was... And then with 2 of these, we're gonna have the better part of a whole belt coming through now. We don't really need this pump anymore, do we? Or if we do it, maybe it's better on this side. And then same thing up here. Train limit needs to be the same here. There we go. Here, let me just help you with this. Okay, multiple trains with muddy sludge deliveries are coming. There should be multiple trains with CO2. Oh, maybe not. No, we actually have lots of CO2. Are we out of CO2? Is there nothing to deliver it from? No, there's plenty there. I was going to say, this should be below the threshold. It just finally was issued the delivery. So as long as our CO2 and muddy sludge trains can actually, like, keep up with the demand for this ridiculous contraption, I think we're going to be fine. Obviously, that is a pretty big assumption. Moss might also be an issue. I didn't actually double-check that, because we're using 8 moss a second now. How big is our moss build? At moss, using moss 3, it's theoretically... Okay, we made a lot of moss. Are we currently using moss 3? Did we end up... We are. Oh, and we're fine. We have so much moss. Alright, I'm not worried about that. We do have a few logs coming through here now. Yeah. Why aren't you running? Muddy sludge. Alright. Actually, maybe we don't want this pump here, because this is going to limit us. Although these each use, what? 33 per second, and we have... Or 33 and a third per second. So like 600 per second, and in theory this pump can pump 1200 per second. But only when these tanks are full enough, right? Because when the tanks are empty, we pump... Oh, they can pump 12,000 a second when the tanks are full. Okay. So maybe we are fine. Maybe they are capable of pumping enough. And this just has to buffer a little bit. Okay. Well, let's, how are we doing on making the tree modules that we need? We got 30 more. Other than populating these tree modules, I think this build is done, and I think it's working, which is... it feels wild to me, but it appears to be the case. And hopefully that means we're going to be making enough logs now that, like, this build can run consistently. Obviously, we have to wait for the logs to actually catch up. There's a bunch of stations that need deliveries. But this, I mean, it doesn't quite double our logs because we had the old small build, but it pretty much doubles our logs, right? Old small build is not contributing a lot to the overall base log throughput. The last time I checked on vanadium pentoxide, it was running... we didn't quite get enough for a delivery. That's annoying. I don't know exactly what the numbers are there. Like, how many loads of arthropod blood it takes before we get a load of vanadium pentoxide. But that is something to keep an eye out on. It also does look like... yeah, we're making a lot more meat right now because we started slaughtering more hogs for their lard. But that does mean that, you know, I'm seeing a few stacks in here that are getting dangerously close to becoming jerky. So those will, and probably same down here as we'll have some of these that want to become jerky. Sooner than later? Yeah. We do have a little bit of just like mainline based demand for jerky coming from, was it Corlex food? That's the Corlex breeder, Corlex milk, Corlex food. Yeah, that uses a little bit of jerky. But it also doesn't run that often. We don't use heaps and heaps of Corlex food. So I think it'll be, I think we'll be okay, and hopefully we will be getting enough jerky, you know, as our sort of higher throughput of other animal body parts keeps decaying into jerky. Hopefully we will be getting enough jerky in to just to keep running this phytoplankton build, because this one just doesn't quite keep up with actual base demand, so we do need this one to run at least part-time. Now, every time I look at these guys, they are running. Yeah, phytoplankton's actually pretty full right now. So maybe we are catching up. Maybe we're catching up. How is fish doing? Ooh, fish is empty. Our fish demand is too high. That's not great. Is that just from fish food, though? Does fish food just take in fish? It does. So part of that fish demand is going to go away as soon as this finally finishes buffering however many tens of thousands of fish food. Ditto with some of our phagogy demand. This thing is running full speed right now, and that's not how it's going to run. There we go. I want this to have the right input priority here so that it basically cycles this stuff through and recycles any that decays, just gets taken care of immediately, rather than having it sitting stagnant on this half of the belt. Because if it's not cycling, what can happen is the whole loop decays, and then this can't take any out, and then this can't pull through, so there's nowhere for it to go. Although I think the way this is set up, that might be fine, because I think as soon as the last ones in here start to decay, it'll get pulled through and it'll unblock itself. But it can still be sort of temporarily blocked. All right. Other than still needing a bunch more trees, what else can we work on right now? This is the question. Gravel or saline sink, I have written down here. That's an interesting Yeah. I forgot about our gravel to saline issues, although this looks like it's caught up. So maybe we don't need a gravel or a saline sink. Maybe we're okay. If we have kind of fully caught up on that, then I'm not too worried about it. Here, let's also, despite my better judgment, let engines and pumps go back to the mall again. Oop, cool. Another load of copper is coming in. That's fine. Now, looking up here, still definitely some of these are red. And some of those are ones that, like, I'm going to keep requesting because they're in my standard requests, so the bots just never have a chance to catch up on them. But a lot of these are now sitting with stuff in them, which is cool to see. This one's still not. Obviously, DDCs are still used in too many other buildings. Presumably automated factories as well. But, like, most of these are yellow, not red at this point, which means that we really are slowly catching up with the poor, horrible things that I did to this mall. That's this one still. Why are you still stuck? This hasn't run. Is antimony still broken? Or is antimony just slow? It looks like it may be that antimony is just slow. How is our overall, like, antimony demand? Alright, we have 3 stations that want deliveries of it. I think this one is the vitrolloy. This one just wants antimony oxide. That's weird. Oh, lead antimony alloy. Okay. Yeah, and that's going to buffer a lot more before it's finally done. And this one... iron next lead antimony special alloy. Okay. So... Oh, and that is heavily... Yeah. And all of this stuff being slow is because of this, basically. Like, this is where all of our antimony is going, is to this intermetallics build. And it eventually has been feeding the mall. So that's our main demand for antimony right now, is getting everything that needs intermetallics up here caught up. If I pick an arbitrary one of these... No, not that one. Not going to be that one. I was going to say, if I pick an arbitrary one of these, there's a good chance it's blocked on intermetallics. But actually, we might be slightly more caught up. Here's one. So we are starting to catch up on the intermetallics demand. And that should reduce the antimony demand on the rail base as we catch up there. But there's not a lot I can do about antimony production right now, unless I wanted to bring in, like, another belt of antimony ore. The next level of processing for antimony is a trap. It uses way too much hydrogen peroxide. And it will not only stop itself, it'll stop everything else in the base that needs hydrogen peroxide too. And we already don't have enough of that. So That needs to not happen. Yeah, these guys are stopped on larvas. I'm gonna guess that that was running out of this. No, 36K. Why were you stopped? Did I do my math wrong in YAFC? One reproductive complex to 15 XIFO pools. 1.4 pressure pumps, 6 sap extractors. Huh. So it makes sense for the last one to blink on and off because, well, or to not run at all. Because in theory we can only run 15 off of this. But we've got the sap extractors. We've got we have 2 pressure pumps, right? Yes. Oh, this one is absolutely just aligned wrong and has broken everything. Okay, that'll do it. Let's head down there and let's fix the pipe connections on that pressure pump. It's always something small that I've managed to screw up. Research is going fine. We're still pushing towards the water invertebrates stage 2, which will be an upgrade for Zeiss for us. And then our biomass power. All right, what did I do with these pressure pumps? I think that's what I did. Yeah. That should be better now. That should actually be able to keep up. I'm surprised I hadn't noticed that that was running slowly before. I feel like every time I've glanced over here, all of these have been going. But probably this had a good-sized buffer of pressurized water in it. Yeah, it uses 1,000 every 20 seconds, so it has time to buffer, and it probably took a while for the whole thing to kind of get behind. Arthropod blood is sitting at, oh, really, 24,000? You know what? Do we think 100 Zeiss is enough? Let's find out. Obviously, doing little hand deliveries like this does nothing for, like, the long-term stability and throughput capabilities of the base. This is just me trying to get... Wait. Why are we stopped? Excuse me? Oh! Because I don't have... Well, that was bad. I'm glad I caught that before they backed up any further. All right, now we should be outputting that we want Zais for their arthropod blood. There we go. Cool. So now if we have demand for either arthropod blood or shells, we'll slaughter Zais. And then this I just need to deal with because we still don't have the tech. So we're doing this thing. And that'll just be extra storage space for shells. And once we do get this water invertebrates, we have this void for shells to lime that we're going to be able to use. And that will that'll supplement our lime production in the base and also ooh, fish. All right. That'll supplement our lime production and get rid of the spare shells down here. Because we're just not using that many of them for science, and science is our only use of shells until we get that tech. It's part of why I didn't want to start trying to slaughter too many Zais too early, was because I knew that we were not going to have a use for shells. But, okay. I'm glad I caught that. I didn't realize I hadn't set up that request for Zais as our arthropod blood source yet. So if we take this train along, let's follow this train, because this will get us kind of through our whole dependency chain, right? This will take us up to where we're making vanadium pentoxide, and then that'll take us to anthraquinone, and then that'll take us to whatever our uses of anthraquinone are. I think the last delivery of anthraquinone did go to Nexilate batteries. So the next delivery of anthraquinone should go to hydrogen peroxide. I have no idea what hydrogen peroxide, like where that is in the cycle of stations, which ones have gotten deliveries most recently. So we're going to just have to see if that ends up going to silicon for us or somewhere else. And this is still the same stuck train that's waiting for, I think waiting for antimony still, right? And our antimony oxide is still very slow? Yes. Does look like it is all coming through, though. Like, are all of these machines running? No, only like half of these machines are running. Why is that? Were we backed up on something? Were we out of ore? Ooh. Well, we can certainly request... Yeah, this is already requesting lots more ore. Okay. We might have to look into that. We might have some issues with our antimony ore throughput. But arthropod blood is pushing through here. I see all this stuff is turning on. And we do have vanadium pentoxide coming through again. I'm not sure how much 25,000 arthropod blood is. Like 16 of this, which is like what is that? 16 a second, which is 4/3 times 40. So, I don't know, 50, 60 a second out of these, and then that's 1-to-1. Then we half that, so like 25 a second. And then 20 a second is like 0.4. Is this ratioed to be running both of these full time? No, not quite. So like 0.5, 0.6 a second when the whole... No, that's per second though. I was trying to figure out how many 25,000 would... Well, whatever, doesn't matter. $30 a second, arthropod blood goes to 0.75 a second. Vanadium pentoxide. So 633 and a third, give or take, pentoxide from one load of arthropod blood. So this will be enough to get another delivery of pentoxide, and I believe pentoxide only goes to anthraquinone, if I'm not mistaken. Why is that not showing up anywhere? Oh, because I filtered the wrong thing. We do not have a network called vanadium pentoxide. Yeah, it only goes to the one station for anthraquinone. So as soon as that crosses its threshold, we'll get more anthraquinone. I believe that anthraquinone goes to peroxide, like I was saying earlier. What are you? Ammonia. Okay. How are these? Oh, I have some trees to drop off. Let's do that. How many left? 14. All right, Twitch says it's going to start an ad break in another 20 seconds or so. It's usually a little bit later than what it tells me, but that's fine. I'm going to go back to base. I'm going to let the bots refill my inventory as best they can. We will get ourselves the rest of these tree modules. When we come back, well, science just died, so we'll have to double check if that is an expected just kind of production inconsistency or if something is really broken. Otherwise, we kind of just have to keep looking for bottlenecks we can clean up. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes after the ad break. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. I was looking at if science, or why science was stalled, and it is looking like it's Pi 1, but Pi 1 is currently running. So I think what likely was the problem, because we know glass is doing pretty well, is that basic substrate probably lost wood for a little while, and has gotten its deliveries again now that we're making more logs. So hopefully science will be a little more stable now that we have more consistent wood production. We do have the last few trees that we need. So let's, pardon me. Let's go drop those trees off. And then I can stop thinking about this tree build for a little while. Looking at logs, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 stations with requests. I think it was 8 before, wasn't it? So we might actually be catching up. Yeah, if I cared enough, I could dig through the graphs. But let's, if we look at... Yeah, there we go. Basic substrate turned off, and it's hard to correlate that with log production because the logs are running, like, consistently, right? But... or should be running more or less consistently. Why do these show up when I search for logs? You could definitely see that log production is noisy, which is kind of what I was afraid of. But you can also see that even within that noise, the bigger build at least has raised the floor of our production. So, I mean, CO2 is looking okay there. We're out of muddy sludge again. There's 3 trains. I feel like there's perpetually 3 trains on the way here. And it's never enough muddy sludge. But, like, it should be able to dispatch a 3rd train again, like, right now. There's no reason it can't, assuming the muddy sludge is available in the system. It does look like we have plenty here. There we go. And it did finally do it. And they're like almost but not quite catching up, right? That's the... Like, all right, this guy's picking up muddy sludge from borax. This one is coming from somewhere else that makes a bunch of it around the base. I think those long travel times are definitely part of the problem. I mean, I can do this. It is an option. I'm just worried about, you know, trains getting too backed up around here. At least these are fluid trains, so they empty quickly. But in theory, with this much tank, Cyberson could dispatch up to 5. So maybe I should just push it up to 5. And let Cyberson just go wild. It's so close to keeping up. And yet, so far. Although as long as all of these are keeping up, that's really what matters, right? Doesn't matter if those tanks go, yeah, but they're not. There we go. This is really all I could do. Cyberson won't dispatch any more than this unless I make the tanks bigger. So let's just give this a few minutes just to let these all make their way around the base. They're going to be picking things up from different stations, right? We've got a couple at the main Muddy Sludge station. We've got a couple doing deliveries right now. I think that one is also going to the main Muddy Sludge station. Oh, the search found log in microbiology. That's funny. I didn't realize that it searched the flavor text. This is trying so hard to catch up on the Muddy Sludge deliveries. It's the only reason you could think of? All right. I guess we could test that with, like, something somewhat unique. Or actually... if I just search for, instead of log, if I search for... Yep, there it is. Huh. Yeah. TIL. Did we do it? Wait, are we finally catching up? Did the ridiculously high train limit solve our problem? Maybe. Should only be allowed to dispatch 4 trains now. Yeah, but there's 3. And it'll keep pulling these from borax as long as borax can supply. And I think Nexolit maybe is also going to be one that it'll pull a lot from. Yes, when Nexolit plates are running anyway. Otherwise, all it can do is keep looping them around from the muddy sludge plant. I mean, it's more consistent now. I'm still not convinced that we're getting enough coming in. I just think trying to do this with 1x1 trains, with like basic tier trains and basic tier fuel, is kind of a losing game. So the question we have to ask ourselves is, how do we want to deal with the fact that it's kind of a losing game? We can augment it on site so that it still pulls a bunch from the rest of the base, and especially we want to make sure that it pulls enough from where it's a byproduct, right? And then, you know, we have a top-up valve here. You know, the other option is to just give up and say it's close enough, and it's running pretty close to full time right now, and kind of hope the problem goes away. It seems like CO2 is keeping up much more consistently. It's really just the muddy sludge that's the problem, and it doesn't surprise me, because we only use 560 CO2 a second versus 800 muddy sludge a second. And apparently that is just enough to really push it over the edge here. And of course our muddy sludge providers also have to be providing sludge to the moss build. But that seems like it's doing a lot better. It's close. It's really close. Not enough fluid trains. Not enough solid. We just don't have enough trains. Cool. All right, let's head back to base. Let's try to gather enough stuff. We'll drop down another 5 fluid trains and 5 solid trains. I don't think there's much I can do other than make more trains when this happens, so... what do we need? We need everything, is the answer. Oh, and we're not going to have a lot of this available in the belt base, are we? No, we're not. All right. Let's head off, and we'll gather stuff from the rail base instead. What I do want to gather here is steel and maybe circuit boards, if we have a buffer of those here. We do. Circuit boards... and steel. And then... ugh, this just needs so much weird stuff. All right. Titanium. I think I can get titanium here as well. Yeah, a couple hundred titanium. Lead? Do we still have lead over here somewhere? Yes. We might have to go around and pick up some more of each of these things. Biology Stage 2. Neuroelectronics, and then...
I'm in space!
Jay Drifter, thank you so much for the 4 months with Prime. Oh my goodness. What was I doing? I just got completely distracted. We are grabbing the parts that we need to make trains. Right. So we're going to need brakes, gearboxes, shafts. Yeah, all of it. And then intermetallics and duralumin and small parts. All of that stuff is over here. Oh, and of course I have no iron on me. Ugh. Can I steal iron from something? Yes, I can. We'll steal it from you. Oh, and titanium. Ooh, titanium's... Oh, nope, titanium's not harder. And 5 of those, and then fluid wagons. Let's grab some more small parts. Let's grab some more duralumin. What else do I need? Oh, more titanium. Okay. Oh, that's a ton of titanium in the fluid wagons. Geez, 50 in each. Steel? Where do I have steel near here? What uses steel? Is steel an input to any of the mechanical parts up here? I'm hoping it is. All right. 5 more solid trains and 5 more fluid trains ready to go. Drop all of them off. Yeah, that's what I thought. It doesn't... When you copy the settings, it doesn't copy automatic versus manual. Which is very annoying when I'm setting up trains. If anyone knows if there's a faster way to flip a bunch of trains to automatic, I would happily learn a new keyboard shortcut. I think I got them all. Yep, okay. So these are all just, fueling up. Or should all just be fueling up. Oh, they're not assigned to... Whoops. There we go. Let's try that again. These should all just be fueling up. Whoops. Switch you. So if I... Yeah, you're manual. Copy. Paste. Yeah, you can't paste. That's what I thought. So these guys will, once they catch up on fuel, they'll start doing deliveries for CyberSyn. That should help a little bit with our train bandwidth issues. How many trains do we have, actually? Let's, Oh, if you blueprint an automatic train, it should be... No, I don't do them with blueprints. I just do them by hand. So maybe that's all I need to do is make a little blueprint for them. And then they'll be down automatic. I never bothered to make a blueprint because they're 1x1 trains and you can just copy and paste the group really easily, but you can't copy and paste the automatic versus manual toggle. But yeah, if that will do the job for me, then I will start blueprinting them. That's no problem. How's our... Okay, so we got a delivery of vanadium pentoxide, which means anthraquinone is running. Ooh, I think peroxide got delivered somewhere. But did it go to etching solution? Probably not. No. So, like, this is our problem, right? Although it looks like... I think this one is, like, yeah, lead acetate up here. So if this one did most recently get the hydrogen peroxide delivery, that's... I mean, it's fine. It just means... Our next anthraquinone delivery is going to end up down here. Because... Oh, no. Maybe we already got one down here. I was going to say because of the way Round Robin works in CyberSyn. But if we already have gotten a delivery here, then the next anthraquinone delivery might go back to hydrogen peroxide. And that would mean that our next peroxide delivery is probably to etching solution. And that would be fan-freaking-tastic to have etching solution finally turn back on. Obviously, all of this is some of the first stuff that's getting prod modules. But until we get it running, I probably do have, like, more MOSFETs. Yeah, I could hand deliver more stuff down here to get, Oh, we still haven't gotten a Bakelite delivery. That's a weird thing. Why is Bakelite still broken? I expected that to... Oh! Maybe it just is slowly catching up on demand. Because we also do use the printed circuit substrates, these guys, in... not just in complex circuits, but they also do get used in, I think it's the electronics. Yes. So, Bakelite might have just been... Oh, and we're also deliver Bakelite directly for electronics on top of the substrate. Ooh, okay. So yeah, that was probably... We're just still catching up on Bakelite demand. Oh, and control panels, and... Did I account for all of that when I did this? I must have, right? Because I just looked at what the Bakelite demand of Mechanical Parts 2 was, and I was like, hey, it's 1 a second. Yeah, okay, that does account for all of it. Our Bakelite can keep up with all of this, we just need to let it buffer in a few places. That's fine. So these two will run... and run a lot once they get Bakelite. And I'm happy with that. This needs a bunch of MOSFETs. So let's grab... Where am I? Here. Let's grab as many MOSFETs as we can carry. And it's gonna screw up, like, CyberSyn's delivery round robin when I do this, but I don't care right now. Because if we can get... even just a few prod modules that we can start to put into some of these stages, we're going to be much happier with our lives. And it's only going to take a few. So MOSFETs are right over here. Just take them all. And then I think Bakelite deliveries we can rely on getting caught up on pretty quickly. Oh, also brakes, huh? So maybe we want to move some around. Maybe. We'll see where Cybersyn sends the next delivery when this hits 2,000. If it goes to the wrong places, then we'll just move some around by hand, just to get modules up and running. Honestly, this is what I should have done at the end of the last session. Instead of trying to get our first mechanical parts, I should have tried to get our first modules, but MOSFETs go in here. Ooh. There's too much of something. No. Ah, I see. That's the issue. MOSFETs go here. That should do a better job. And then this wants, control panels want Bakelite, utility boxes want Bakelite. What do I have up here? I actually have some control panels and some utility boxes. Identical numbers of each. So it's just the electronics. 4, 8, 12, 14. So we have enough here for 14 modules. It's going to take a little while for the electronics to catch up on those because they go across all the different paths and they're not backed up over here yet, obviously. Which one are they? The bottom of this belt. Okay. Yeah. Oh, they won't back up over here because they're the thing that is blocking all the rest of this from running. Cool. That's fine. So yeah, our very slow electronics production is going to be the bottleneck, but we should very shortly, especially if I, like, pick one up. There we go. And now the important question is, where do we put our first prod module? I think anywhere in the anthraquinone chain that will take a prod module is a reasonable answer to this question. But also it should be somewhere where we just have one building. Like, I mean, it could be this guy, if this will take... No, this isn't allowed prod. What about this guy? Also not allowed prod. We may be SOL on the vanadium pentoxide chain. No prod. No prod. No prod. Ooh, we can prod the pulp 3 to pulp 1 recipe. No, sorry. Yeah, the pulp 3 to pulp 1 recipe. Which I'll have to double check that won't break anything. Alright, so that's the only one that we can prod in this chain, and that's awkward because I don't remember how ratioed this is. The other option is just to go for, like, where the etching solution is being used down here and, like, prod this guy. Let's check the vanadium chain. Oh, it's already out. Here we go. So yeah, the only one of these that takes prod is this one. And then, yeah, we will need a second one of those. Oh, because I have this set to fix output. Let's fix our input at -30 a second arthropod blood. And then if we prod this, all right, it just changes the ratios of the things around it. We will need a second. Oh, we'll need a second one because it goes up to needing 2 of the machines. Although for now it doesn't run full time, right? So we could prod it and just get slightly less throughput, right? If we fix our building count here to one of those that's prodded, we get 0.6 a second, pulling a little bit less arthropod blood. How much arthropod blood are we actually making? If we check our Xiapho rendering... Oh, 8 a second. Yeah, okay, so this is never running full time. So yeah, let's just prod the vanadium pulp stage 1. And I think that will work fine for us. For our first prod module. Oh, 4 more of them! Oh, this feels so good! Cool. Well, if we've got more, then there's other places to drop them as well. We're going to want to put them in all of these silicon machines, I think. I think I scaled the number of these machines here based off of being able to feed them with chemical science levels of silicon wafers. So I think even if I prod these guys, they're still not capable of running full speed. So we want like 7 modules there. Right, these take prod. Hope. Yeah, these I can prod. Right, so we want like 7 there. We want 1 up top there. Let's actually get... How many do I have so far? 5? 7. And we're about to have 8. All right, cool. So we'll be able to do all of those silicon machines. As well as the 1 step in vanadium pentoxide. These are getting made plenty fast. I love it. Like, by the time we're back to pick up more for whatever we decide the next delivery is, we should have another dozen. Easily. And we do pretty much want to prod the entire circuit 2 chain. And at some point that will mean, well, we'll update YAFC for what we actually have built for all of this stuff and what its capabilities are. Okay, so let's get YAFC updated here for heavily end-doped silicon with a prod module, except you're just that. So 1.65 a second. All right. Not quite 2 a second, but that's okay. And then our other doped silicons are going to be similar. Lightly end-doped is... 3x 4.95? I'm assuming that 1.65 is just, like, actually the right number. Precisely. And I believe it is. Oh, it's what? 2 a second, 2.2 times 0.75. Yeah, exactly 1.65 per machine. So that is correct. And then lightly p-doped again. 3 machines with prod modules. There we go. And we will... This won't be enough silicon for everything to necessarily run full speed, although as we prod other things, their input requirements will go down, right? Is this the same train over here? Yeah, it is. Can't prod vitroloi. Can't prod those. I'm assuming... Can I prod small parts? I could prod small parts. I don't know if that's worth it, at least not initially. Compared to the other things that I can be dropping all these prod modules in. Ooh. Clean that up. Cotton guts, vanadium. And then I think I decided, since I only ever have one of these since this doesn't run full tilt, we can get away with scaling the whole thing based off of prodding that, and it should all still work with the existing building ratios. And that is going to make a nice, even 0.6 vanadium pentoxide a second. There we go. Cool. There's our first prod modules in place. So when we do finally get the next delivery of etching solution, that should be able to... Is it worth me hand delivering some stuff down here? Like, how close are we to an anthraquinone delivery? 22. I don't know if that goes to peroxide, and I don't know if peroxide goes to etching solutions, so I don't know if this hand delivery is actually going to be useful or not. But I'll take this down with me. So, like, yes, vanadium pentoxide, just prodding that one machine and leaving it at those existing ratios, it's gonna run slower, but it was never running full-time to begin with. so it just means the output will be a little less bursty. But it'll run more consistently with the input that we do have available to it, right? And it'll spit out a little bit more pentoxide for it. Oh yeah, this is 1 to 50, so it doesn't take a ton to get a delivery of, yeah, it's only like 5 stacks per delivery. And I think I just dropped off like more than 5 stacks. So this might actually get 2 deliveries of anthraquinone out. 1 to hydrogen peroxide here, and 1 to Nexoid batteries. Although Nexoid batteries might be catching up on... It's not even needing... Are we backed up on them yet? Oh no, they're only like half full, so... Love the particle accelerator going off just every few seconds. Just enough to force me to leave a gigawatt of headroom in my power grid for it. So anthraquinone is going to this one. Okay, that is hydrogen peroxide. Excellent. Excellent, 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 excellent. And if I'm lucky, this peroxide will come over here. Can I prod these? I can prod this one. Okay. We can't prod peroxide, but we can prod etching solution. Maybe if we're lucky, we can get over there before we make the next batch of etching solution and get those prod modules in place. This is my entire life's purpose now, is just putting prod modules in all the places that take prod modules. Yeah. All right, we are getting pretty low on these other ones, and I did expect that. Cool, that's running again. This one I think is probably waiting for its delivery, its turn with the Bakelite train. Too far. Etching solution is over... Come on. Over here. Okay, let's get that updated in YAFC as well. So we're not going to be doing 30 a second because we're going to be prod moduled. It's going to be... what? 24.75, I think. There we go. 2 chemical plants exactly. Beautiful. If we check our demand, because we did actually... Oh boy. Let's try to clear some of this out. I've let things get a little away from me here, as far as how many All right, let's open the summary sheet. Now we should be able to see with etching solution 18, 21. Yeah, with the prod modules in silicon, not silicone. With the prod modules in silicon, we're pulling a lot less etching solution, which means that we will run them. Running this one with prod modules is fine, right? All the ratios kind of stay the same. It would be good to get a prod module, I guess, on printed circuit substrate, because that also uses a little etching solution. And this will take just one prod module as well. Really, we want prod modules on, like, again, all of these steps, right? Because we're not running anything full speed. We're not running anything fully ratioed here. And I think all of these will take prods. How many do I have on me? 10? Yeah, let's, Ooh, are you coming over here? Are we getting lucky? No, it's going to the other place, isn't it? Yep, that is indeed going up to lead acetate. So it'll need to be the next batch from hydrogen peroxide. That'll go to etching solution. But let's drop off these modules down at more parts of our silicon. I think silicon is still more or less the thing that is the best bang for our buck prod module wise, because that has been our biggest bottleneck of this whole process, right, is silicon. And then the other place to start putting them would be, of course, the the electronics. All of the parts of mechanical parts 2 also deserve prod modules. Let's do one more, right? You can take one? Yeah, you can take one. Let's do you here. And let's, again, get everything updated. Try to keep up with the changes we're making. And the reason to do this, to make these changes in YAFC is, right, we were just looking at, like, our etching solution usage. And if I don't keep up with all of the changes that I'm making to the base, I'm going to have no idea what's going on. The spreadsheets do have to be accurate. This is going to be 0.825, I believe, is our number once we prod this. Yes. MOSFETs are going to be... math. Weirdly, exactly 1.1. Microchips at 0.6 a second. That's going to be the, like, 0.825 times 0.6, which is 0.495. Yep, and diodes are, of course, a different ratio. 0.660. And all of these numbers I'm coming up with, I am using an actual physical calculator in front of me on my desk. It's just easier for me than trying to do something that I click around in on the screen. So I'm sorry you can't see me typoing all of my arithmetic, but that is where all these numbers are coming from. And then all of this is going to feed into complex circuit boards, which we're going to prod. And that is 1 a second, so that is that 0.825 number again. Cool. That should pretty significantly reduce our, like, overall silicon demand, having the whole chain prodded. Obviously not. It's still going to be a bottleneck for us, right? It's still a major thing. Hydrogen peroxide is expensive. But yeah, and this halves our anthraquinone when it turns into peroxide, so it takes 2 deliveries of the anthraquinone to make 1 delivery of peroxide, which is why I was really hoping we could prod this step. But prodding this step helps a little bit at least. I think we could prod the other circuit inputs, and I guess maybe we should, because then at least everything would be ratioed. But I think the better application of them now is over in the prod module factory itself, because that's the other big consumer of all of this stuff other than red circuits, is going to be more modules and the machine components. So if we have half a dozen prod modules available, then we want them over here. Oh, this feels so good, getting prod modules everywhere. We are out of prod modules. Cool. Put 1 in there. 1 in there. What are you waiting for to run? Ah, more MOSFETs again. Okay. And I don't have any more of those I can just bring over. So, like, that's it. We're stuck until we get it figured out. If we wander over to mechanical parts 2, what did I just prod? I prodded electronics. And I prodded utility boxes. Cool. Obviously, we want to prod the other ones as well. Control panels first, and then brakes and gearboxes and shafts. Nexalit batteries are not slowing us down at all. I mean, we can prod them if we really want to. But so far, this is just... I guess these are worth prodding. Oh, no, I can't. Can't prod these. And obviously, I can't prod the charging recipe. I was going to say, these would be worth prodding because they pull in anthraquinone, and I'm trying really hard to not use anthraquinone. But unfortunately... Other place... Can we prod lead acetate? We can prod lead acetate. Okay. So that would reduce our peroxide demand a little bit if we were to put prod on that. So that's worth considering. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get another delivery of hydrogen peroxide without a little bit more vanadium pentoxide to deliver more anthraquinone here. And I could hand deliver another, no. If we had a few hundred, I would do it, but we have 10, well, 80. So it's not worth it to do that for me. So I think we gotta wait for more arthropod blood. And what's the status of that? 22k. Are we running? We're running. We are running low on Zais, but that's not surprising. This is supposed to be able to kill them a little bit faster than we can make them. As long as we're making them pretty consistently here. Oh, we may have a delivery on the way. That is completely empty, so I'm assuming there's actually a delivery on the way. Yeah, cool. So we're doing good on Zais, actually. I mean, not fantastically, obviously. We're still very limited by arthropod blood, but they're running consistently. Like, this delivery coming in right when this is almost empty is exactly what we want to see there. It's until we get the etching solution finally running through here after a couple more arthropod blood deliveries, it's hard to kind of see how the whole prod stack is working, and we're not going to get any more prod modules until all of that runs, because we are out of MOSFETs. So, well, maybe we might have a few more MOSFETs. I might be able to grab a few more. But we'll check that after the ad break. Twitch is saying it's ad break o'clock, so I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. I recommend get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourselves as a human being. And when we're back from the break, we'll figure out something that we can do that's productive on the base. Welcome back, everybody. I was just in the process of checking. I thought this was blocked on MOSFETs, complex circuits, but it's actually not. It's blocked on transistors. So if I wanted to, I could steal MOSFETs from complex circuits, and I'm going to do that now. To keep modules going, just so we can finish prod. I want to be able to finish putting prod modules along the mechanical parts 2 things and everything that like goes into prod modules, right? So let's grab these MOSFETs from down here. It's only a few hundred, but that will be enough to get at least a few more modules. What does this need? This needs Bakelite. Man, everything needs Bakelite. I did build Bakelite to the scale I needed, right? We're backed up on hydrogen. Uh-oh. Did I mess up my hydrogen pipes? Oh dear. I think I did. What is... Oh. Yes, I did mess up the hydrogen pipes. Oops. Okay, so yeah, Bakelite hasn't been running consistently. Now it's all running. All right. Yep, one misplaced pipe. Let's, Oops. Let's get a few more things going here. Just moving some parts around by hand to keep everything running. And I could certainly also, you know, pick up these guys and drop them up here. And control panels, maybe? Don't have as many of those. There we go. That should make a few more prod modules for us. So you're prodded, you need prod. And that's the last part of, well, other than, can I prod modules? Is that allowed? No, it's not. Okay. It was worth thinking about. You could take a prod module. And then I think you're going to want one. Yes. And gearboxes and shafts. So a couple more. Shafts can't. So, we put the prod module in there. In there. And in gearboxes... Oh, we can prod belts, too. We may as well. Rubber is reasonably concerning to us, kind of at all times. But this is good. Like, this is pretty much our slowest sort of sequence of machines right now is all prodded. Yeah, we're just waiting for enough vanadium pentoxide to get another delivery of anthraquinone here, and that'll get everything going. We're probably going to need 2 deliveries of anthraquinone to go out, because I suspect that these guys are still running, and that they're low enough that they will pull in another load of it. Yeah. So we're still kind of waiting for Nextlit batteries to buffer and catch up. I really wish I could prod these guys. But other than that, we're going to have a few dozen spare prod modules, I think, when all is said and done here. And I guess the next thing to prod on the preserving resources list is all of this stuff, because I think those are still limiting factors for down here. Like Gearbox Mark IIs are blocked on Gearbox Mark Is again. Brakes are actually blocked on Bakelite, it looks like. So that's fine. Well, quote-unquote fine. We know the Bakelite build is catching up again. Logs are still maybe catching up, or maybe still not quite catching up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 deliveries it wants to make. Oh, but 2 of them are already en route. So 3 deliveries behind. Oh, and there's another one. No, that was the same one. Sorry. No, it is a new one. There's 3 en route now. Yeah. Cool. So we are, I think, slowly catching up on the wood situation. I'm less concerned about that now than I was. So many productivity modules. I kind of just have to, like, decide what the next things that need prod modules are. It probably makes sense to prod small parts, because, like, these take prod modules at any of the stages, only some of the stages. Only the initial processing into the intermediates. Bolts don't take them, and small parts themselves don't take them. So that would be the, I think it would be a little bit of a refactor as far as, like, how many machines of each type we have here. But it is a huge resource sink, so it's probably worth it. Oh, we can prod intermetallics. That might be worth it. But we can't prod vitralloy. No. And we can't prod iron nextlit antimony. Okay. I'm assuming... Oh, I didn't even look at, like, what stages of this can I prod or not. My assumption was most of the ore processing cannot be prodded, but I didn't actually confirm that. Yeah, that seems to be seems to be the case that this stuff does not take prod. Ah, but this stage does. Okay. So let's go in and add prod modules to this stage in YAFC. And let's figure out how many more furnaces we need. And if we prod here, we need 15 instead of 11. All right. And we also want to prod this one. I think this was chosen, like, we chose kind of an arbitrary amount of this antimony pulp that we wanted for... Here, let's actually find it. In the heavily end-doped silicon, we need 30 a second now. Okay. So we'll do that as our worst case. We'll prod those. Okay, so 2 of those guys is still fine. But when we're down to not pulling that antimony pulp 2, we need 15 oxygen furnaces to pull through the full bandwidth. All right. And we currently have 11. So we need 4 more. Three at that end, and we'll try to squeeze 1 more in at the other end, I guess. Yeah, we'll zig these belts around and we'll get a 4th one in at this end. And we will get 15 prod modules in there. And I have plenty. Beautiful. Sorry, I just realized I was showing the wrong screen. We can fit 3 of them here. We need to readjust some things and fit a 4th one at this end. So we'll prod all of these. And these 2 are the ones that I was saying in YAFC. 2 of them still works, even with prod modules. So I need 4 more, right? There's 11 and I need 15. Yeah, that's 14. YAFC says 14.4. And there's 1 that hasn't been placed yet. So yes, we need 4 more. And actually, you know what? While I'm up here gathering machines, let's also prod intermetallics. Because I think that's where a lot of our antimony is going, is intermetallics for the mall. Indirectly, you know, through the special alloy and the vitraloy. But if we just prod these... I don't think this number was chosen specifically for anything. I think it was chosen because it's what 4 of these foundries make. So, that's fine. 0.27, 1.1 times 0.75 times... Right, it is 0.27. It's, 4/15. Let's just start from scratch. .22 is what we're going to make with prod modules. Yes. All right. Cool. And we're not going to increase that. I mean, I guess we could add 1 more. So that would be 0.275 if we add one more foundry. You know what? We may as well. That keeps it the same, like, overall ratio. Oh, but how is that working out with heat down there? 1 second. Did I do this wrong? We have one coal power plant. And with 0.27 or 266, it runs one. Oh, of course, because prod also has a power consumption. Yes. Okay. So we're going to need another coal power plant. Even if we don't bump up to 5, we're going to need another coal power plant, right? Yeah, just barely. Okay. So that's gonna be a thing. So yeah, let's grab another coal power plant and let's grab another advanced foundry and we'll go up to the 0.275. I'm looking very carefully for any bots that are carrying anything yellow. There's one. So those are going to be the ones bringing us our buildings. The other one is lost somewhere in the crowd, unfortunately. I don't know where it went. Ooh, is that it? That's it. All right, perfect. So we're going to have to readjust up there to have a second coal plant as well as the additional plant actually doing the intermetallics, but that's not a big deal. And I probably, since I was going over here, could have figured out prod for small parts as well, but that's okay. We'll come back for that. So yeah, this is currently being direct fed, so we're going to want to cool. Let's do that. How much coke is this using? 0.5 a second. Yeah, no problemo on the coke. Coal power plant right there, and another one right next to it. And then since those are right next to each other, heat should just pass through, right? This should just work. All right, so those will need to get back up to temperature. Yeah, building all of these just sucks all the heat right out of the other building. But once these get themselves up to temperature, they should be able to run. Oh, these need prod modules. Forgot about the most important part of this. Cool. Prodded. And the other thing that I have the stuff for right now is down around here, which is antimony oxide. Because antimony has been a problem for me, which is why we're also prodding intermetallics. I said this earlier, but intermetallics are one of our bigger consumers of prod modules right now, or of antimony. So we want all of that to be prodded. And I could check on our other antimony consumers, but although my concern now... Ooh, I didn't even think about this. How much? 12 a second fiber. Okay, off of half a belt. That's not going to work. We're going to need to have this stack the fiber output. And then this whole thing might need to change to stack inserters on the output, just like in general, or on the input rather, from the train to the station. There we go. But that'll at least make sure we're getting enough fiber down. It's all going to be stacked to 3. Because yeah, everything else is lower input. But fiber is energy, and prod modules make everything more energy hungry, so there might be too much different stuff coming into this station, and I think there probably is. You know what? I'm just going to do it. I will, here, if we disconnect this, we won't have any more requests, so we can just wait for our currently dispatched trains to empty. And then we'll rebuild this using stack inserters. I think that is the thing to do. And that'll just get trains in and out of here faster, because we can see, yeah, we're already out of fiber. So this is going to need to be dispatching, moving trains through more quickly. We'll just help this one along. Okay, this needs to go... And then stuff needs to move around here. Okay, let's... And then I think I also need to borrow the logic from trees. Let's see. Yeah, this S&T logic. What this does is it lets the it'll force these guys to empty their hands when there's no train present. It'll set their hand limit to 1, and that way they don't get stuck with something in their hand when another train comes in with a different product. So we'll put requests back on. We will copy the settings from one of these inserters. Yeah, set hand size. Stack size is set to 1, but as soon as there's a train here, their stack size will go back up to full size. But we may also need to figure out something with better fuel. Running prod modules on this is just going to be a big strain on my fiber production. Like, yes, we do have extra fiber production here. Yeah. Maybe I should switch this over to orange as well, because this can pull quite a bit of fiber through. Although maybe not enough that it's worth... Yeah. Oh, so this only requests... Yeah, and this is what makes me wonder if I should be thinking about... another train station or something over here. Because we're requesting 2 stacks of ore. Or 2 train loads full of ore. But we can only really request 1 train load of fiber at a time, because this is getting to be too full. I mean, I guess I could switch over to a deposit. I think we have just enough space to make this a deposit. Let's do it. Oop. Nope. I mathed wrong. We don't have enough space. Well, we do, but we just have to do things a little bit differently. So yeah, all this comes down one more. And then this is where it's going to be kind of a pain, because we're going to have to get into there. Now, we should be able to request 60 stacks of fiber, in addition to the 60 stacks of antimony. 30 stacks of plastic should be fine still. That, I'm hoping, will be enough to get more trains dispatched here. We'll see. We'll see if it gets enough fiber brought in to, like, keep up with demand. And I messed up, and we're getting extra plastic bars delivered, but that's okay. Ooh, I also messed up something at some point there. I think that was just a mistaken side load while I was messing with some other parts of the belts. So I don't think that end is, like, permanently screwed up or anything. I think it was just... Ooh, and we're out of... Oh, that's because I didn't do it right. There we go. Helps to have oxygen hooked up too. So these guys should run. The only question again is, are we gonna be able to get enough fiber delivered? And there's already 2 trains worth of fiber on the way. So the answer is, I hope so. I hope we can get enough trains of fiber delivered to this station to keep up with the fuel demand of having prod modules in it. That is really all we can hope for. But this gets us up to, like, 2 antimony oxide a second, which is pretty cool. Again, assuming that we can actually get the whole thing to turn on and run consistently and fuel it, which is a dangerous assumption right now for us. Why are these turned off? Oh! Do I need... Let me find my biomass void. Is this on the V network? No, it's just a low priority station on the A network. Alright. Biomass up here at fiber is marked as a high priority output. It is. I just have too much biomass. Let me double check where I do the void. This is set to request like up to, yeah, 120 stacks. It's currently empty. Set the train limit higher. That might be the issue, is we just need the higher train limit so that this can get trains of biomass out more quickly. Ash, there's not a lot we can do about until when this hits a threshold, it'll go to the void, so it's expected that most of our ash things sit kind of partially full. What is going on here? Oh, this is tin ore again. Really, Brennan? We just didn't put an inserter on this one for some reason? And also our power poles are super weird. Yeah, I messed up my power poles too. Alright, I gotta go fix that. But also, this is not good. Like, these trains down here are, like, backed up waiting to get into tin processing? What did I set the train limit to? Oh, 0. Well, that'll do it. But still, this is a big stop. This needs a lot of trains to come. So we need to figure out some kind of stacker for this. All right, let's go fix tin. Yeah, and fiber is still maybe a problem. We'll see. We'll see if it catches up. Alright, let's see what we can do. We pull off... Yeah, see, this is what I was concerned about, was this really only has one place to go. So I think this is a... disconnect all of our requests from this station, and we're just going to have to redesign the station to have a little more space. And then get itself back out of here. You have any more trains on the way? One more. Okay. Let's grab our inserter patterns for our outputs, just because I don't want to lose track of that. Drop that down there. And then, oh, let's fix also whatever I did weird with. Huh? Very confused here. That is too... Oh! This is all too low. I see now. So I think we're going to come out like... here or so. And then if we take our station, we do it like, I don't know. It's going to be silly. This whole thing is going to be silly. We're going to accept that it's going to be silly.
Space. Space!
Jerpanda30, thank you so much for the follow. Give me a second to finish my thoughts on this this current mess, and then I will get your name in the factory where it belongs. That's there. And we can stack up like 1, 2, 1, 2, 3 here without breaking, so we can set our rail limit here to like 4, which should hopefully be plenty. And this comes back on here, doing that kind of thing. Think like that? Sure, except I probably want some of these to go. You're only on episode 8 now. Ooh, you're on the early stuff. I like to think I've gotten to be a better presenter since some of those early episodes. So, this, yeah, I'm gonna shuffle around some of these different outputs because they do go to different places now. So that'll come out the bottom. This will come out. We want. Yes, that needs to be on that side, the right-hand side. Yeah, the most important part of streaming is figuring out self-promotion, it turns out. Oh, it will figure it out. It's kind of gross. I think we could probably go forward a little more and then loop around and it'll make something a little less gross. Yeah, there we go. Good enough for me. Okay, so these ones now need to curve up. Because that attaches through to here. Same as it was before. And then this guy comes out here. Can I actually connect you straight through? I can't. That's okay. And then the belt of ore needs to go over that way, so this whole side gets flipped horizontally. Comes around through here. And I may have... Shoot. I used Alt-D instead of Control-X. I don't remember exactly what I had for the requests for this, so we're just going to have to guess. I'm going to guess that I wanted tin ore at 60 stacks. This has 160 in here, so it's probably like 60 of something, 60 of something else. Oh, probably 60 of that and 30 of everything else. That would do the trick. Let me check the ratios in YAFC, actually. That's the right thing to do. YAFC says everything else is so low by comparison that it doesn't matter. All right, so yeah, we'll just do borax, 30 stacks, graphite, there we go, 30 stacks, and sand castings, 30 stacks. That should be fine. We'll grab... think that's everything that belongs in there.
Oh my god, I'm in space!
Oh, no, my goodness. Thank you so much for the Prime. Oh, I really, really appreciate it. Well, I think this is done anyway. No, it's not. We missed one important step, which was telling it that there was already stuff in here. Oops. So this will have dispatched a few trains, possibly, to the wrong place. Or dispatched a couple of trains too early, but I think I have the train limit set, and hopefully we won't be blocked on anything. Actually, I can check that. What is this? Halsvik. Reminds you a lot of the early struggles you had to go through. Oh, yeah. Turns out the struggles never stop. They just change. So, yeah, this is getting a borax train. It'll have some extra graphite. I think it won't lock up. I think borax and graphite both get used enough that it'll figure itself out. Worst case, I will have to take a little bit of stuff out for the sake of getting trains unloaded. Oh, and you know what I should have done? Oh, well, one, this signal's in the wrong place. But I should have switched this to stack inserters for the unloading. Do I do that now? I do. Let's do it. Almost 1,500 hours and just hit Pi 4. The things needed for utility science are nuts. Yeah, I'm kind of not even thinking about chem science right now. Just because there's enough other things to be working on to sort of improve the base overall, and I just got prod modules today, which are always kind of change your base design a little bit, right? So it's I'm kind of focusing on a bunch of stuff that isn't. Did I not disconnect you? Jeez. Not even focusing on the next science is what I was trying to say. Okay, so this goes away. These guys are all gonna be orange guys. Same on this side. And all of this needs to go here. Let's place the deposit. Oh, whoops, I messed up. All of this comes over by 1. Here. Now I can drop the deposit. Now we find our, here we go, all of our outputs. All right, that part looks fine. Power next. And this is going to be exactly what I just did over at Antimony, copying and pasting the logic from here. Oh dear. Did I Control X those instead of Control C them? I did. Sorry, I cut them instead of copied them. Jesus, Brandon. That's all right. I have it up here. We're gonna grab those, and we're gonna paste them back up here, so that even if my bots do remove them, they'll at least put them back. Unfortunately, the game isn't smart enough to realize that that's what was already there. But we'll do this. We'll connect up here. Read stopped train. And for anyone that didn't see me set this up just a few minutes ago, what this is doing is we're going to set the stack size to the S signal. And what that means is that all of these inserters, when there's no train here, will have their stack size set to 1. Because there's multiple different kinds of items coming into this station, we don't want them to keep their hand, a partial stack of like a previous item in their hand when a new train comes in. So when the train leaves, they set their stack size to 1, and that causes them all to sort of dump whatever was in their hands. And there we go. This is saying that it has enough of everything at the moment. It actually has a little bit of extra of some things because we kind of screwed up our deliveries. But as it gets a little bit lower on the tin ore, it's going to request a delivery of those. And I think we're going to be... I think we're good. I think this is going to be fine. I fixed this one already. The weird screwed up outserter and power pole. I have some plastic bars. Is that enough? Or we'll find out. Where am I going? Here we go. Oh. There we go. Oh, and of course there's no underscore. I do this every time. Thank you very much again for the subscription. I really, really appreciate it. For everyone who's not subscribed, it is ad break o'clock, so we're going to go ahead and let the ads run. I need to take Actually, I need to step away and get some more water. So I'm going to do that, and then when I come back from that, we're going to figure out kind of where we're at with electronics. See, have we gotten our... Oh, shift and drag... Deconstruct... Ooh, that's good to know. Thank you. I did not know you could do that. So if I do that up here, since it's nowhere near bots, nothing should have actually deconstructed it yet. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Thank you so much. All right, I need to step away and get some water, and then we'll figure out what our next goal is going to be for the day. Welcome back, everybody. I appreciate you sticking around through the ad break. All right, Carl, I'm not going to read out that whole comment because it's a little long, but yes, using set filters, read train contents, and read belt contents, you could probably get things to work without needing combinators, and I believe you're right. It just didn't occur to me when I did it the first time, and I've just been copying and pasting the same thing around since then. The joy of a good enough solution. But yeah, that would save a couple of combinators every time I need to do that. And it's definitely becoming more common that we have... What is going on here? Oh, this is left over from when this was just a turn. It's definitely becoming more common that we need to use the stack inserters, although... Well, I guess it's the same thing for bulk inserters, right? We don't want them to hold partial hands. So, I was going to say, we should really be thinking about switching over to bulk inserters for where we don't quite need that full throughput. But these are going to need... I mean, we have everything for them. Not necessarily in huge quantities, but we do have everything for them. And then the other question, of course, is when do we want to do Logi 2? These aren't... I mean, it's a lot of stainless steel. And we got to get lubricant. But, like, these actually aren't awful. Stainless steel and advanced small parts. Okay. That makes sense. And I think I knew that at one point. But I can't... Any information that I had about how the base game works is long gone from my brain after however many hours of Factorio. 424 hours of Factorio, or of Pyanodons. I don't know how anything works anymore. How is this going with the fiber? Okay, there's another fiber train on the way. I think we're keeping up. Oh. But, no we're not. One red inserter is not enough. Ooh. Sorry, let me zoom out so you don't have to listen to that forever. And if we flip back to YAFC, I should have noticed this when we were looking at YAFC. These are now... if we switch our inserter... What does this say? Yeah, 1.15 inserters per building. So we need another long-handed inserter on each of the BOFs down there. Easy enough to do. But it does mean that whether or not we're in good shape with the fuel input is kind of hard to judge because we haven't been pulling at full speed. That is draining pretty fast, isn't it? It should be draining more slowly than... Well, I guess we're buffering fuel again, right? Because these were sitting at not all the way full. Yeah, now they're trying to buffer fuel. So we're not quite at steady state. Worst case steady state, this pulls like 20 a second, which at a 3 high belt is pretty much a whole lane a second of this stuff stacked 3 high. Right, 7.5 times 3 is 22 and change, and we're using 19 and a half. So yeah. Pretty much the entire half belt will come into this. Or I should say the whole lane instead of the whole half. How are we doing over here? Still waiting for... Yep. 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 Oh, we've almost got enough for another delivery of arthropod blood. We should... I want to double check this again. The last time I saw that that was almost empty, we were getting a delivery of Zeiss. Are we... Either we haven't been making Zeiss, or we are about to get a delivery of them. Could it be this train? No. Yeah. So Zeiss, it looks like Zeiss weren't running for a little while. I mean, they're... Maybe they have been? It's so hard to tell. It's very bursty, which is just the nature of having only a few machines. But we're definitely running out of Zeiss, and we only have 50 of them. So... Oh, but our request size is only 150. Okay. So our request size is 3 stacks, and we're currently sitting on a stack and... almost a stack and a quarter. So... I guess we're not super behind. I'm gonna bet that we ran out of... Actually, I can check that, right? If we search for... phytoplankton. We could see the production. No, but our consumption never dropped to 0. So we're not, like... If we're running out, we would see, well... I guess this baseline could be just like fish running. And then this is Zeiss running out. How are fish doing? That's a question that I could ask myself as well. They are all running. Oh, we have enough phytoplankton for a delivery, and there are no... That's a good sign, actually. I think our... If I search for phytoplankton again... Over the past hour, we have these spikes of phytoplankton production. I'm gonna bet if I search for jerky, we're gonna see spikes in jerky consumption. Yeah. Cool. So that means we've been getting, over the past hour, we've been getting a somewhat consistent, if not fantastically consistent. We've been getting more jerky coming into phytoplankton and augmenting the phytoplankton that we get from tin, and that's helping everything run a little more consistently. It's exactly what we wanted to see. So I think Zeiss are running full speed then, as expected. The Zai slaughter, 4 of these, should be slightly faster, well, when all 4 of them are running, than the production. So it is expected to drain every once in a while. So maybe we're fine. Something's definitely weird with some of these. And I missed a gap. Ugh. Doesn't matter. But that means we are getting... Oh, did we just get a delivery of arthropod blood out? Did I see that? That was a lot bigger before? Yes! Sweet! And that means we're going to get a little more vanadium pentoxide. Woohoo! I know I keep coming back to this, but it is literally, like, the single thing that is slowing our base down the most. And I am really excited for this. Oh, we're actually at the water invertebrates tech. Okay. We need to figure out, one, our shell void, but also, like, more Zais. So let's do that. Let's spend a little time in YAFC. Let's do a little theory crafting. Because we're going to want to expand our Zai production. So if we start with our vanadium pentoxide build, this will take up to, we'll say, 24 arthropod blood a minute. So if we wanted to push Xiapho rendering up to... There we go. 0.3 Zais a second is what we need if we want to support our current size of vanadium pentoxide. So if we just go here, let's get rid of everything. We want 0.3 a second. And if we use Xi 2, we'll stick to the Xi pools. That's still a lot of Xiaphos. What if we do go to pool Mark IIs? I think we're going to have to rebuild this somewhere else. I think the current Xi build is too constrained in the current area. But, like, we currently have, I think, 16 of them, so this is only doubling our current build to basically triple our production by adding blood meal and albumin. Gross. We'll do this on site since it spoils, so that means bringing in blood. That's fine. We'll deal with the wastewater. That's fine. Pressurized water on site. Phytoplankton we bring in. I'm worried about the phytoplankton consumption, as always. And we'll do sap on site. From regular sap trees. Okay. So we're going to need a lot more sap extractors to get up to the amount of sap this needs. We're going to need some extra repro complexes. We're going to need a bunch of stuff. And then we're going up to 9 slaughterhouses, which is also silly. And the other, that's going to need blood meal. So we'll make a new tab for blood meal. And what do we need? 1.5 a second. Let's call it 2. We're currently making only 1.6 fiberboard a second, so we're going to need to expand the fiberboard build. Ew. I'm not sure if this build is in a place where it's reasonably easy to expand. But currently, cotton gut food... Oh, uses almost no fiberboard. Okay. So we can just push this up to, like... 2.4 a second. which is only one more pulp mill. Okay, that's fine. We'll add one more pulp mill to the fiberboard build. We'll figure that out. We'll squeeze it in. Blood meal is literally just blood and fiberboard. That's easy enough to set up. And a bunch of evaporators. And then the upgraded Xiapho pools. Yeah. What does albumin spoil into? More urea. Okay, cool. And that's already going to be an output because we have the evaporators for wastewater. So, do we want to just start getting all of this built with the expectation that we're going to get that much? Oh, and we also need to void our shells. That's, don't know which step actually uses shells. Let's search for shell. Primers, and primers use 0.1 shells a second. Okay. So we're going to need to be able to void 1.1 shells a second. Void shells to lime. No, we're going to bring in shells. Okay, that's not too bad. So those are the builds. If we clean out here, we're going to want to do shells to lime. We're going to want to do... We'll just expand fiberboard. Let's get this done first, because that's just one pulp mill and it's easy. We're going to need to do blood meal. We're going to need to do the Xi 2 build. And we're going to want to do Xi... expand our Xi rendering all the way up to 9 slaughterhouses. And I guess the question is, do we keep the existing Xi build around, or do I tear it down? I guess if we keep the existing Xi build, and of course what I just did here was replace it in YAFC. But if we wanted to keep the existing Xi build... Sap extractors, sap trees, there we go. So this is the current Xi build, right? And this makes this 0.11 a second. So we really only need to make 0.2 a second from the blood meal based build, right? If I do a separate Xi 2, and that way we just leave the existing one in place. This is going to make 0.2 a second, more or less, using the Xi 2 recipe. And we'll scale it to, like, I don't know, figure out... Maybe scale it to 2 reproductive complexes. So, well, not quite 0.21. Oh, right, because the ratios are different, because it's not Xi 1 anymore. What is that? 8 8/7 of 0.21. All right. So 0.24 probably is the number I'm looking for. Hey, there we go. Perfect. Oh, and that ratios. So yeah, I think this is the build we want to do. And then our blood meal is 1 a second. We'll still build that to 2 a second. Oh no, that's wrong, because this should be using Zyopho Larva 2. Messed that up. So yeah, 0.21 a second. 1.08 blood meal, sure. 23 Zyopho pools, because they don't ratio correctly. If I switch to Zy 2s, do they ratio again? Maybe? No. Not really. We'll do that on site. Pressurized water again. Sap from regular sap trees. So yeah, I think this will be the build here. The blood meal build is fine. We'll keep the existing Zys because they're working and there's no sense messing with them. I guess the only question is, are they less phytoplankton intensive? That would be a good reason to shut down the other Zy. To shut down this Zy build is if the phytoplankton per... Oh, and it absolutely is less phytoplankton intensive. And less fish food intensive. And less filtration media intensive. At the cost of some blood and some blood meal. Which is just blood. Yeah, this seems like a straight upgrade. So maybe we do get rid of the old Zy build. I changed my mind again. So yeah, we'll get rid of the old one. We will stick to just one Zy build. And that means that we will go up to like 0.4 a second, because that's 2 reproductive complexes. A bunch of sap extractors, wastewater to urea. Yeah. So this will be the shopping list for Zy 2s. But let's get the other stuff built up first. Let's do the quick blood meal build. Let's get fiberboard upgraded. And let's even get our... Well, we can't do this one yet. We're still waiting for the water invertebrates here. Yeah, we need this for that recipe, but we do have the blood meal recipe, so we can get that built up. So, fiberboard, we need 1 more pulp mill. And for blood meal, we need 16 evaporators. All right. Well, this is exactly what I was afraid of. Prod doesn't help us if we can't fuel it. I'm going to save that problem for another day, though. It's potentially trying to figure out a different way to feed basic oxygen furnaces, or... And we could probably switch to, like, fueling them with coke, because we have so much coke around the base. And I think you can fuel those with coke. Look at it later. But fuel them with something that isn't fiber, right? And then just deal with the ash byproduct. Oh, there they go. They're off to chargers instead of to me. Oh, no, maybe not. Okay. Bots are being weird. Oh, I probably walked through, like, a section that's not... Like, I walked into logistics and then out of logistics and then back in. And the bots got a little confused. That's fine. That happens. Where's fiberboard? Fiberboard is down here. And we're hoping that we can squeeze in a... What did I do? Okay. I know how keyboots work, I promise. Okay. There's that part, and then we just gotta pull out this over to here somehow. Perfect. I think that'll do it. Yeah, and fiberboard is totally backed up, of course. But it looks like the outputs of this did go away. Sitting on its inputs. Everything else was already running at partial buildings. So no problem there. Blood meal is just going to be like 3... I can really put it anywhere I have space. It's 3 stations. It's not a huge build. Evaporators are reasonably small. I guess where am I going to put the Zais is the question, and then I should put blood meal somewhere in that vicinity? This is all water here. I guess we have some more space here. We can do blood meal and Zai 2 over here. That's reasonable. As reasonable as any other thought I've had, at any rate. At some point, as this gets down here, we're going to need to decide how we want to, like, connect this up to other things. I think what we're going to do, and obviously I don't know what this lake does as we get further east here, but we can bring out from the top here and come down and, like, close off this box, and we'll have a bunch of stations that come in, like, from right to left, sort of filling in the space around where coal, oil, and bitumen are at. And then we'll have the bottom of that will hook up to the bottom of this. And then all of that will eventually, we'll have another big block of stations here. And that comes down around here, and that hooks up to the bottom here. And this all also goes around the lake, hooks up to this. I kinda have a vague idea of how I want it all to hook up. Oh. Missed a couple. Come on, bots. Keep up. Oh, no. I just literally placed the thing over the thing and erased it. Good job. So blood meal, I think we can do right here. Grab another tea. Nope. Try again, Brandon. Let's do a T hooked up the right way around. Preemptively clear some of this, because I know it's going to be in my way. So blood meal is 16 evaporators and just a few train stations. We're going to try to do it on the top here. Because that leaves the bottom slots for stations for another build. Do we actually have pumps, or did we just get, like, a couple of them? Yeah, we just have a couple of them. All right. So fiberboard at 2 a second. That's this. And then 16 evaporators, which are fairly small. Yeah, this is a small build. I knew it would be. Blood meal. Each of these pulls in, yeah. Yeah, whopping to a second. Use one outserter. I think that's it. That was easy. Yeah, we got blood coming. We should have blood meal, a milestone. Are we gonna get something to pop for this? Probably not. I don't think that's important enough to be a milestone. Doesn't look like it. Okay. I wonder how close I am to 1,000,000 rail. About 1/10 of the way there. That'll be a fun one to pop when we get it. Well, we might hit 1,000,000 rail. It's possible. I guess I could change this pipe so that this belt is less ugly. At the expense of the pipe being slightly ugly, but that's okay. It also does not matter to have these on two sides of a belt, but if we do ever... Oh, we can prod them. I don't think we need to prod these right now. We have plenty of blood, we have plenty of fiberboard. I'm not worried about it. Cool. That is blood meal running. I think I'm gonna call it here for today. What time is it? Yeah, it's about 6 o'clock. It's time to wrap up for the day. We'll pick back up on Thursday with the upgraded Xi build, and well, really, as soon as this tech unlocks, we can do the upgraded Xi build, and we can do the lime sink, and that should get us unblocking. Finally, well, maybe not fully unblocking, but less bottlenecking our a lot of our electronics and our hydrogen peroxide. So yeah, thanks very much, everybody. I really appreciate everybody tuning in. If you're watching this on YouTube and want to watch me live, there's a link to my Twitch down below in the doodly-doo. I stream every Tuesday and Thursday at 1 p.m. Pacific time.